Test, test. Cool. All right. Let's pick up where we left off. I believe we were figuring out what to do in a giant castle after we had killed a spider. Oh, and the burbs! So many burbs. Oh, we didn't charge that up. That's probably not going to do as much damage. Hopefully we can... Ah, my face! Oh my gosh. I made the mistake. Okay. So I made the mistake of playing Dark Souls 2 over the weekend. Which inevitably led to me getting used to the old button configurations. I gotta tell you, going from being able to jump whenever you want to not being able to jump whenever you want is a pretty rough transition. Oh. Then again, that's probably my just punishment for playing Dark Souls 2 in the first place. So, the Glint Blade technically does more damage when you charge it up. Like, very technically does more damage. It's not that much... Oh no, now we're in trouble. It's not that much more damage. I don't... It makes me think you probably don't ever want to... You don't want to charge up Glint Blade to actually deal more damage. You want to maybe charge it up just so that it... I don't really know. Maybe you literally do it for the damage. That was weird. We took a hit, but we didn't die until we landed. I don't think the sound effect played until we landed either. The slice noise that it makes whenever you die. But like, we take the time there to charge that up. What if we didn't? Like, it deals 240. So let's... We'll get him eventually. Let's not charge this one up and see how much it does. So I'm just going to tap it. It's a lot faster. 210. Okay, so... If you were firing multiple of them into a single target, I suppose that would add up. But if you need to just snipe something, then the damage difference is a little negligible. Because if you round it to 200, just for the sake of math, every 10 points is 5%. So you get a bonus of 30 more damage, so it's about... Yeah, it's 15%, I guess. It's roughly 15% stronger. 15% is 15%. It might not always make a difference, but it just doesn't feel like very much. Like, the difference between 240 and 210 doesn't feel important. Can we just kill them from up here? I don't know why we never thought of this. Could we just do this? Is this gonna work? We'll just use one just in case it misses. He's moving, so... Oh my goodness. Will he just climb the ladder and die? Is he... He's climbing the ladder, right? Surely... Oh gosh, he is. So we probably should have charged up a couple more of those before we upset him. Oh, jeez. He's got the whole whirlwind thing. But I suppose fighting him up here isn't like the worst idea either. Although now his buddy is here. Oh. Wait, did we break them? I think we just broke them. Oh, whoops. Oh, gosh. We don't want to go too... Did he just jump? We don't want to go too far that way because the bird in the corner is there. Oh, also another thing. Backstabbing in Dark Souls 2 is so hard. I don't understand. It's like Dark Souls 1 and 2, or sorry, 1 and 3, backstabbing is AoK. And then you try to backstab like we just did there, where you dash at somebody and you slip around behind them and you get them with a knife. In order to quote-unquote fix the backstab issue in 2, they just made all the enemies pivot really hard. So getting any kind of backstab is really difficult. Kind of funny. Funny difference. If we sneak, do you think he'll even know it was us? Yeah, he totally knows. What if we come in here? Can he follow us in here? Yes. The answer to that question is a resounding yes. Trying to find every way we can to get rid of these guys in an effective manner. Oh. Jumping. Oh, jumping. I was wrong, by the way. The flame, dear flame, that came from the smith in Dark Souls 2. In the last playthrough, I think I said it was a character from Dark Souls 3. No, it's Duff the Smith. He's the one that says flame, dear flame. Not rightly sure why. I'm sure there is plot or lore in DS2, but like, I don't hate DS2 as much as some people, but I'll admit I didn't take the time to learn the lore. Oh, come on. I hate how long this takes, but I really don't know... I really don't know a more effective way that we can do this. I suppose if we had a shield, we may be able to withstand the onslaught of talon swipes, but we don't. Because I refuse to use a shield. I guess we could take the ladder and just skip them? Maybe? Oh! Or we could just kill ourselves. Suicide pact it is! Oh no, we lost our souls. That's too bad. I think what makes finding the birds so difficult is just how inconsistent it is to land a hit on them. We really have to jump and predict their attack really early. Like, by the time they're in that little puddle of water, that's when we need to jump. Like now. You can't wait until they're too close, because then it's too late. Alright, I don't think the ladder's the right call. I think we had better luck when we just jumped down. It's pointless, but we can kill these guys too. Looks like 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Also, holy crap, you have so much stamina in Elden Ring. I didn't realize just how much stamina you had until I started playing Dark Souls 2 again. Oh, he's being sneaky. I both love and hate the fact that he does that. We need to remember that he takes the other path, because he is a smart cookie. Why are they all so angry? That probably wasn't the right call, but whatever. Oh, we're out of magic. How nice. Alright, buddy, it's just you and us. Sheesh. We probably should use our quick step a little more. Or, you know, at all. Be wary of left. Yeah, we don't want to go that way because there's nothing to do there, but we might as well kill him before he does anything, right? Oh, he does not flinch. We're gonna have to backstab him if we wanna... Yeah. We keep finding ourselves in this problem. I get hit far too many times against the, shall we call him the Whirlwind Knight? And then we're kind of stuck here with no health. I don't think we need to kill this guy, but I kind of want to. Well, we got him. I didn't expect him to jump through the sigils. That was unexpected. Okay, I think we've got that part fairly well locked in. And if we do the glint blade trick, we need to remember that 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like the combo with the Misericord is 6 swings. He does 6 unique swings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But yeah, we need to remember we only have 3 glint blades here. One option, I think we need to wait until he patrols back across. Because if we engage him in this little alcove, he's gonna take the weird pathing. Which again, I absolutely love that his friend goes straight and he decides to run around. So they try to flank you here. It's really cool. It just, it's kind of one of those things that's really, really minor and subtle, but completely changes how you have to approach the fight. Like, that's clearly like a custom scripting on the pathing. Oh, that's unfortunate. We just missed like all of those. Oh, we didn't quite make it. Okay, so we're gonna expect the knight to go to the right. Yeah. Oh, but we didn't get the walk on. Seemed like it didn't matter though. He accidentally stepped into the sigil itself. Is it sigil or sigil? I can never tell. That's okay, that went a lot better than last time. There's a guy down there. Could we just leave this guy on the left alone? Is that... Yeah. We just ignore him. We don't need to come into this room. We don't need to pick a fight with this Whirlwind Lancer. Oh. We can't sneak up on this guy, though. This seems a little too easy. Like, this guy's just asking to be backstabbed. Why is he here? Like, I expected us to come up here and backstab him and then get ambushed by someone. But it doesn't look like we're going to. Ah, ranged battle. Yeah. Ladder ahead. I'm, oh. Oh. I think I would have missed that if it wasn't for the message. Oh, check this out. Looks really cool. You don't suppose we can jump up here, do you? Let's try it. Oh, yes. Oh, but we can't go around. No! Well. That was pointless, but I had to try. Oh. I feel like you took a weird angle that time. Maybe it was where we were standing that caused it. I really want to know how normal people fight these birds. Oh, we must have been so close. I mean, they kind of land like that, right? Like, when they smash the ground, they land a little bit. And maybe that's when you're supposed to strike. Okay. 3 casts, and then we need to drink from the flask. And we just keep doing it. And it should just be enough. Very nice. Wait, what? How did he hit us? That was a perfect backstab angle, and somehow we got hit by something. And we got lit on fire, no less. It's like, it wasn't even the handle that hit us. We somehow took flame damage. Oh well. Guess that leaves us free to drink from that, though. Alright, well this time if we don't jump off the cliff... Sorry, the rampart. We should at least be better off. Oh no, it put our souls up there. Oh well. Looks like we're good. Okay, so there's that. Looks like we can jump down there. But I mean, does it get us anything? Ooh, there's that guy there. Yeah, I don't think we want to go down there though. Haven't we already been down there? What's the point of this ladder? Why does this exist? Like, what do we get from coming up here? The answer, I think, is nothing. We've already been down here, but I'm gonna come down here anyway. Oh, was that not a plunging attack? Do you not do... How do you do plunging attacks now? I didn't even think about that. The fact of the matter is that you can always do a jump attack. So I guess there's no plunging attacks now. Aw, that's kind of sad. Be wary of left. Oh, no, we weren't here. We were kind of close to here, but not... We could never access this treasure chest. I wish this guy would take just a step closer to us. And we could circle around behind him and put a knife in his back. Oop. I think that's our... That's our cue. Uh-oh. Stone sword key. I'm sure we will be happy that we picked that up sometime in the future. Pickled turtleneck? We did all of this for some pickled... What? Turtleneck meat, pickled in bitter medicinal solution, temporarily boosts stamina recovery. The nutrient churns through the body, practically boiling out endless power. Gross. That's cool and all, but... Okay. Opening a locked door is more cool. Ooh, and a person ready to be... Yep! It's fine, don't worry about it. We're supposed to be here. We're just, you know, the new guy. Hoi. What? Where did he come from? How is that not a backstab? Come on. Wait, did you see like a weird... it looked like he glowed when we backstab him. I want to try that out. Does the Misericord do something different when you backstab people, or is that just a normal... He sees us. Is that just a normal thing that happens when you backstab? Like, let's watch this guy. No, see, he didn't glow. Why did that one guy glow when we stabbed him in the back? Let's try it with this one. No, just blood. Yeah, I don't get it. I thought maybe the Misericord did something different, but no, just quick steps. It's normal physical damage. Crit at 140, but... Oh. Oh, that's that guy. Wait, have we been here before? Yeah, because that treasure chest is open. But at the same time, I feel like if we can get a backstab on him, maybe it'll be good. Oh, there's no way. I was gonna say, shoot. Oh no. Oh. Oh no. That's unfortunate. Is he still following us? I don't think so. I think he left. Sounds like he went down here. Did he? He's not in here anymore. How strange. Oh well. Try jump attack. Jump attack with who? Oh, come on. That's not good. I made at least 3 errors in that fight. I'll be honest, I'm a little lost. Like, we've at least found a couple paths, but they all kind of circle back to places we've already been. Trying to check to see if there's anything, any places we can jump down or paths that we haven't seen. This is kind of the fun part of playing a Souls game for the first time. You don't get to do this every time you replay it. You don't get to be utterly lost. The funny thing is, we've made it all the way back to our grace. So, now what? I mean, I don't want to rest here because it'll respawn all the monsters. But at the same time... Okay, so here's a lift. Oh, that's just the grace. Looks like we didn't go this way. Checking the ceilings. Making sure nothing kills us when we grab this. Drawstring grease fire. Solidifying grease made from a mixture of incendiary materials. A short string is attached to this lump. Quickly coats armaments, inflicting fire damage, but with a brief effect owing to its small size. So this is the weapon imbuing elemental item. Is there anything down there? I don't really see anything. Uh-oh. Wait, what was that? Oh, there's a guy with a crossbow that totally sees us. That guy doesn't, though. Maybe if he comes down here, we'll be good. Oh no! No one said I was a particularly sneaky thief. Alright, we gotta find a way over there. Oh, that's not traversable. Oh, he sees us. I don't think the game's gonna let us do that. So how do we get over there? Could we jump? I don't think we can make that jump. I guess we just go this way. Can't do that. Well, what's the point of this outer ring? We can see out the windows, I guess. Oh, here's the point. Uh-oh. Maybe that one won't see us. Not the most graceful kill, but I think we prevented him from calling awake all of these, oh, sleeping ones. Three, four, five, six. Six seems to do it for them. Since we can't get behind these ones to backstab them, we'll just have to kill them the old-fashioned way. Ooh, there's two of them there. Can we tease one of them out, maybe? Just one. Oh. That's a nifty trick. One, two, three, four, five, six. Seek Great Tree. You don't have the right plump sort. Item ahead. Keys ahead, therefore try jumping. Alright, but I want to see what's on the edge of this first. Didn't expect tarnished. Whoa. I should have looked before we jumped. I guess that is where we're supposed to go. Maybe? It looks safe-ish. Oh, just a stone sword key. Oh, and a lot of bodies. That's not good. What do you think that heals us? I don't think we do. Sometimes, like, you have random healing items, like restores HP but causes poison buildup. Yeah, let's do that, but then let's immediately follow it up by using the blood prevention. Oh, that didn't work. I thought that would cure us of poison. I think we're gonna die from poison. Because apparently the boluses only cure buildup, but they don't cure actual poison. There has to be some way to prevent this. Skills, abilities, what do we have? Try jump attack, be wary of down. Oh. But that thing breathes fire. Okay. We're gonna die anyway, but... Okay. We got a, what is it called? A, gesture. That's the word. Okay, lesson learned. Boluses don't cure poison, they only remove buildup. Also, there is a fire-breathing bird down there. I think I'm gonna swap... I don't know if I want to do this. I kind of want to swap one of our flasks to healing. Because I feel like we need more healing and less magic. The extra magic is nice, don't get me wrong. But I think because we're adventuring so much, we need the healing instead. I love it that they were like birds with swords for legs that throw TNT. Nah, that's too tame. Give him one that breathes fire. That'll show those upstarts what's what. Okay, that went pretty well. Okay, I think we want to cast on these guys when they're walking slightly towards us. Yeah, so like this. This will ensure that they're gonna walk into range of the glint daggers. We want to go that way, I think. Is that what we decided on? Yeah, there's no plunging attack. Confirmed, like, in spite of the fact that we... Oh, gosh. Yeah, see, when that one died, his body exploded with little, like, what looked like fairies or something. Spirits. 4, 5, 6. Oops. I think it might be when they die and drop an item, their bodies do that. Not 100% sure. Next time one of them does it, we'll have to see if they drop an item. If they did, that would be really nice because... Like that, okay, that one flashed. Did you see that? No, does he drop an item? Yes, okay, so that's what that means. If they flash when they die, they drop an item. That way you don't have to sit around and... Oh... Whoops. Wait for them to... You don't have to wait for them to finish their death animation to know whether or not they drop something. That's a really cool kind of little quality of life change. I did not see you. Lover, therefore try rushing in. Alright. Plump sort. Oh my goodness, I'm an idiot. I just realized we didn't need to come here at all. There was no point to us coming here. Because this whole path is a circle. We ended up in the new area by turning around and going this way. So let's go grab our souls and then we'll just... Do we have any homeward bones? Is that even a thing in this game? Maybe. We're off to a fantastic start. I never thought about this. What if we... Oh, you can't summon your horse here. That kind of makes sense. There's those guys. Oh, we shouldn't have done this. We could have gone down the ladder and bypassed them. Let's just run past them anyway. I'm sure they won't mind. It's fine, don't worry about it. You really can run forever in Elden Ring. Even in combat, your stamina is pretty huge. Although the enemies chase you for quite a while, so I guess it kind of evens out. I don't think they're gonna follow us over that wall, though. Something else is a little bit quality of life that they added is you no longer have to hit A to get the menu to go away when you pick up an item. I don't know why it's been like that for so long. Like, Demon Souls, Dark Souls, all of them, if you picked up an item, that little menu would pop up and you'd have to hit A to cycle it. And sometimes it would prevent you from interacting with things, so you might actually mess up something because you've got this window that has popped up and you need to get rid of it before you can do stuff. It's nice that they've gotten rid of that now. I kind of want to fight this thing again, but oh well. Something I don't... Oh, never mind. No, I'm just dumb. I was about to complain that the souls don't show up, like the number of souls you have, you can't check it, and then I realized it's... No, wait, it is gone. Yeah. Why is that? When you're not in combat, or if you haven't picked up any souls in a while, the souls you have just isn't there. Because now we see 2560. I don't even know if that's a lot. Like, we just lost all the souls we had when we fought the fire chicken. But I don't know if I should be sad about that or not, because I have no context for how much it really was. So you have to hit start. Okay, if you hit start, your souls show up on the bottom right. That's easy enough. Stormvale Castle, man. Jeez. This place is huge. Or feels huge. It's not helped by the fact that I get lost extremely easily. Oh, that pivot. To be fair, he was... Yeah, look at that pivot. He's in the middle of an attack, though, when he does it. He's in some kind of... Oh, we were in the backstab animation, but it didn't count. To be fair, fighting a guy with a shield in a narrow hallway is not exactly wise. See, we can't make a full rotation on him. There we go. Yeah, it was probably stupid to fight him in here, but then again, I didn't want to get peppered with crossbow bolts, so it's kind of, we had to choose between two bad situations. One is fight the guy with the shield in here, and the other was, he's gonna call him. He's gonna use the trumpet to call his friends. The other is, would have been to fight while being fired at by a guy with a crossbow, so. Oh. Oh, oh. Okay. Oh! You can go in with the double swing. Okay, we're gonna have to remember that. Who are you and where did you come from? Oh, see that? We did the backstab animation. I lost control of the character, but the stab didn't go through. It's really annoying. I guess you can consider it a failed backstab. Okay, so we need to go this way. Now fire chicken's down here. No, fire chicken. No, we gotta jump down first. Fire chicken's down here. Okay. Is there anything that increases fire resistance? No. I guess we just fight him the old-fashioned style. Could swap to the S-Dock. That might actually be better. Well, we got him, but to what end? Oh my goodness, that damage. This might be a fight that we cede. Oh, he's following us. Okay. Don't expect safety. That's great. He's so fast. Oh my goodness. Okay, so he's got a lot of the same attack animations as the other birds. It's just he also has fire. I don't know a more delicate way to put that. He's got your standard bird kind of things and fire. And it doesn't help that we have spent the majority of our time kind of cheesing the birds by hitting them first with magic. We did not exactly find a feasible method of fighting them mano-a-mano. We're gonna need to find a method to fight them mano-a-mano. Oh, he lived because we had the we didn't have the misericord out. No. Oh, come on. Let us get behind you. Okay, I went with a heavy attack there. That was not the right call. Problem is, with all those light attacks, we end up bouncing off the wall at some point with the blade. I was trying to think maybe of a way we can try to avoid that, but the Misericord heavy attack sucks. I think it's good if you're in a hallway and you're fighting an unshielded opponent and you need that extra range for like one poke, like ah. But if you need to deal damage a bunch, the slash is definitely the way to go. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Okay. So the SOG's still probably the right call. Do we try magic? Maybe? Okay, the heavy attack drop seemed good. We just have to get far enough away to heal. So the bird still could follow us over here, but it seemed like it took him a little bit of time to traverse. So maybe we can use that to our advantage and drop a couple of these. Okay. It was a little bit overkill because I wasn't sure if I trusted that our glint blade was actually going to hit it. But it worked. Oh, that's a rat. What's a rat doing down there? Whoa, check this out. I think we can jump up this. Come on. Nice. Oh! Oh yeah, just come down here. That's fine. You had the high ground, but... yeah, well... I guess screw that. It would have been much better if you stayed up here and protected your archers. Now your archers are defenseless. Oh, he got us with the kick. Like, with the kick. Oh, and he can do that twice. We need to be careful. Can he do it a third time? Unconfirmed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you know, we've picked up some armor and I haven't been reading it. I just realized. Did we read Stormcaller? Stormcaller, one of the skills that channels the Tempest of Stormveil. Spin armament to create surrounding storm winds. Oh, so that's what the knights are doing. Repeated input allows for 2 follow-up attacks. Okay. So it's called Stormcaller. Wasn't Stormcaller the sword you used to kill Yorm the giant? I think so. I think we already read these. These are the new ones. Deep red and exile hood. Deep red hood that covers the whole head. Worn by soldiers sent to the penal colonies who were required to keep their faces hidden. Penal colonies. Damaged armor draped with large, deep red cloth worn by soldiers sent to the penal colonies. Okay, so the ones in red serve the knights? Were they colonized by the invading Stormvalians? Storm... People of Stormvale. Although we've bothered to come here, now I don't see anything that we can do here. Looks like he was trying to get away and got stuck in the corner. Well, what's the point of coming up here? Oh. Then that would be it. I'm still totally lost. Oh no. Oh, okay. I got really scared. I thought they were gonna make us fight eagles in this little tiny area. Claw talisman. Wait, Mimic's Veil. Use FP to mimic nearby objects? When Godric was hounded from Lindell, the royal capital, this was one of a multitude of treasures he took with him, also known as Marika's Mischief. That was also a really fun spell in Dark Souls 2. I don't remember if it was in Dark Souls 3, but one of my favorite things to do in Dark Souls 2 was to invade other people or be invaded and just turn into random objects and with a chameleon spell. Nothing is funnier than pretending to be a massive ballista in the middle of a place where ballistas shouldn't exist. Like, it's like very obvious that you're trying to be sneaky, and yeah, I don't know. The memes, it's more fun to invade people and have fun than it is to invade them and just kill them. Because then everyone gets to have fun. If you do things for fun. We got some kind of claw. Yeah, here we go. Enhances jump attacks. A talisman depicting a claw and an assassin. Enhances jump attacks. The assassins of Ravenmount are killers by trade. They assail their victims while dressed as birds of prey. We currently boost fire damage. Wow. That bird was doing that much fire damage to us even though we were boosting our resistance? Yeah, we had an extra, it looks like 10 fire resistance. Didn't even matter. Now what's this? Vitality governs resistance to the effects of death. I don't... Actually, that's really abstract, so we're gonna go ahead and equip the jump attack one. We do the occasional jump attack, so why not? It also kinda looks like we can do a running jump over there. Maybe? No. Well, that's where we were. I don't think we've been over here. Bunch of dudes down there. I think this is just where we were. I'm convinced you can get over to that other platform. Like, there has to be a way over there. Oh, that's a little walkway. So what would happen if we jumped down there? Nothing. There's a message over there. 2 messages. Probably just people goofing around. So we can't make that jump? Oh! There we go. Ah! Die, birds! Okay, but what did we just accomplish? Nothing. I think we just accomplished nothing. That's kind of disappointing. Well, if that's the case, I guess we just came all the way over here for that claw talisman. I don't see anything else we can do. Group ahead, yeah. Do we want to try jumping down there? Maybe? We could see. I don't like this. Yeah, I really don't like this. Where are we? I don't recognize where we are. I don't fancy our chances if we engage the Stormveil Knight, so we're not going to. Oh gosh. Is that another one over there? No, it's just one of the exiles. That's what they're called. Yep, nope, don't worry about us. Oh, he's going with the Stormblade. Oh, and he got us with both. So it's got good tracking. I thought we could slip around behind him. Man, where were we? I figure there's got to be another way back there that doesn't involve fighting the fire chicken. There's also a lever here we never tried. Contraption does not move. We could... Oh, there's a stairway. I don't think I ever saw that. We tried it going down here. Wherever we just lost our souls, it was definitely in a downward kind of place. Like, we had gone down quite a bit. This is all new. We are quite high up in the sky. Looks like someone praying towards a corpse, or, you know, maybe praying isn't even the right word, just near a corpse in a similar position. Okay, guy right there, but are there any other guys? I don't see any. I don't know why I don't like how he's positioned. It's almost like it's too easy. I did say our souls were down, right? Time for Elden Ring. Oh, I don't want to read. I would like to climb. Just descend. Why can I not descend? Oh, you can't be crouching. Can you still jump off ladders if you double tap? Yep. What's this? I think this is in a direction that is very much not where our souls are. Let's go back up. Okay, so there's another one over there. Oh, he's gonna throw stuff at us. How nice of him. Oh, and we're surrounded by explodey barrels. What's this say? Read message. Detour ahead, but likely futility. Interesting. Yeah, how do you get up there? Oh, more fire grease. That looks like big fire grease, though. Yeah, it's the Papa Daddy fire grease. Is it weird that I look at that and it makes me hungry? Like, it looks good. Okay, guys. Souls or not, I want that item. Oh! We did not get that item. Oh, there's a lot of angry guys. Why are we not safe here? Oh. I regret everything. Everything. Nothing is safe. Okay. I think it's time for magic. I'm a little amazed we're alive. For now. That is a really big explosion. What does this even say? Ah, nest? Wait, are they sitting down? Oh my gosh. Holy crap, that was horrible. I thought we were going to be able to jump off and get that item in the crack, but... Or the cracked wall right there. It was not meant to be. Looks like a guy on the floor there. Oh. Enemy ahead. There's a lot of enemies ahead. Still no item. At least like we're back here. Seek rump. Strong foe ahead. Yeah, well, we just survived one near-death experience. I think we're going to go back. Oh, wait, is this how you get the item? Wait, where are we? This is somewhere we clearly haven't been. St. Trina's arrow? Oh, we picked up a weird foot. What is this? Silver pickled found temporarily boosts item discovery. Since old times, the needy... Oh, it's the same description. The needy would scrape the meat clean even from the fowl's claw. What's St. Trina's arrow? Arrow carved to resemble a withered water lily. Affects target with a powerful sleep effect. Priests of St. Trina use these arrows to spread their teachings. The sweet oblivions of sleep can become quite the habit. We've already been down there. I don't like all these exploding barrels. Smoldering butterfly. Huh. Oh my goodness. He just keeps going. I'm actually just trying to find my way out of here. Like that. We did like the critical hit animation, but we didn't do the critical hit. It's kind of funny how that works. Liar ahead. Jumping required ahead. It's locked. Great. There's a lot of dead people. Attacking ahead. I'm gonna see how these people died. Okay, got hit by something from behind. Let's get rid of all of these exploding barrels first before we go down there. There's also that guy that we need to be wary of. He can probably reach us from there, maybe? Okay, had somebody else die here. Everyone's coming up the stairs. I don't understand. Are we doing this backwards? It really is almost like we're doing this backwards. Oh. Oh no. He just used the trumpet. He just called the boys. The game is afoot. Wow. They're quite persistent. Oh, he got us with the wide push. Well, at least we don't have to worry about those souls that we were trying to get forever ago. Oh, I think we might be in trouble. And now we don't have to worry about those souls, so we are a free man. With a festering bloody finger, you can invade another player's world. We should try doing some PvP for fun. At some point. I don't really want to do... I don't really want to do, what is it called? Co-op? But I wouldn't mind invading or being invaded. I figured since this guy with the lance is so close, we can fight him a couple times here and learn his pattern. That way if we ever have to fight one head-on far away from a bonfire, we'll be a little safer to do it. Question is, does he have a ranged attack? Kind of like how those ones with the swords will shoot the wind beam. He's definitely got an AoE attack, as exhibited right there. I think when he starts doing that, you just get out of his way. Oh. Well, this is going to be a fun fall. Oh yeah, we can summon spirits too, but we don't have the bell that we need to do that. You can chain backstab them? You're kidding me. Oh my goodness. Oh my absolute goodness. I thought they fixed this. In so many games did they fix that. They learned their lesson in Dark Souls 1. Like, in my humble opinion, I believe you should be able to backstab most enemies, but I absolutely don't believe you should be able to chain backstab them. That's just silly. And you can definitely chain backstab those Wind Knights. That's something we haven't been able to do since Dark Souls 1, really. Seek down. If you say so. I cannot believe that, though. Sorry, it's... Oh, is this how you get this item? Okay. An Arteria leaf? I want to go home. I want to go home, too. Yikes. So what's an Arteria leaf? Exceedingly rare to find. Oh yeah, we've found these before. What's the point of them? Anyway, we're back here now, but we at least got the item, so... In the, broken wall. Also, we didn't go this way last time. Oh, what? What? Patches. Patches is here. No one but Patches would lock you in a room like this. That's okay, this is actually a pretty nice place to fight this guy. And since we know we can chain backstab them, we're just gonna do that. Why? Why would they not put a cooldown on this? I don't understand. Like, I know we're using it, we're taking advantage of it, and we're benefiting from it. So I'm not trying to say like, oh no, how dare we win, but why? Why would they let you chain backstab? I don't think it's good for the game. Attacking, but why is it always the liar? Hey, well, we got a rusty key. Well done. Rusty key opens a locked door in Stormvale. Visions of a talisman. I'm exceedingly suspicious of this treasure chest. Curved sword talisman. Okay, where are talismans? It's probably easier just to find them here. Enhances guard counters? What's a guard counter? A talisman depicting a curved sword and a swordsman enhances guard counters. It is said that a blind swordsman was the originator of this technique, the art of allowing one's opponent to strike so as to leave them vulnerable to a well-timed reply. Maybe it's a thing you can only do with shields. Well, I mean, we killed it. Oh. Wonder if we can unlock this door now. Oh, we can. Oh, we've been here before. Okay. I feel like we're slowly starting to map this place out. We need to kill these guys quick before that other guy, yeah, does that. Maybe next time we should try shooting them with glint blades. Oh. What a fancy turn of events this is. Kill one, another takes his place. Literally. It wasn't perhaps the way I wanted to do that, but it did at least seem to turn out decent. Hook claws! Ah, hook claws! For all those Wolverine enthusiasts, weapons born of on the fist. Sorry, weapon worn on the fist comprise of sharp, parallel blades favored by those who lurk in the dark. Lacerations cause blood loss with great effect. Claw weapons come in pairs, and two-handing this weapon will equip it in both hands. Super cool. What's the critical on them? 110? Kind of neat. Decent dex scaling. I think we're going to stick with the Misericord, but because the Misericord fits more into our backstab. Where is it? Right here. Backstab nature. It's funny that the Misericord doesn't scale with dex as well as the Estoc does. Causes blood loss buildup. Pretty cool. Hey, do you want to see them equipped? Ha! Oh right, there's no... I keep trying to do the jump attack. Kinda cool. They were kind of a joke weapon in 2. They really weren't very useful. Mostly for cosplayers, but... Try fingers. It's nice to be outside again. Try and look carefully, and then likely skinny sword. Oh. A new grace. A marred leather shield. Leather shield of Stormvale soldiers. Much like the castle, it is marred by mottling and thorns. Some say it is the curse of grafting which causes such afflictions, while others talk of its roots being something altogether more sinister, hidden deep within the castle. There's no skill on this shield. Be wary of soldier. Could this be an ambush? Try crouching. Alright. I think people are messing with us. Man, that was quite the adventure through the castle. It's really sad we lost. Yeah, we lost so many souls we can't even level up. It's the adventure itself, the experience that matters, right? The actual experience, not the game experience. Oh. I was gonna say, I thought I heard a metal clanking. I feel like I'm starting to learn the bird's patterns. Not very well, but I'm starting to see them at least. Oh, there's a bird down there. That's what I heard the metal clanking from. It's their shackles that prevents them from flying away. You have to also time your jump attacks now, since you no longer just hold the blade down as you fall. This isn't good. I didn't realize there were two of them down here. Alright. That gives us a fighting chance at least. Bolt. One begins to wonder why we came here at all. I suppose we're being drawn by the guidance or something. It seems to be what the NPCs keep saying. Oh, great. Yep. We've been bamboozled. I was trying to turn around and lock on so we could cast some magic, but it didn't work. Nope. One bird, piece of cake. Two birds, a little troublesome. Three birds. It's too much, man. Oh wait, there's one over here. Right. That went pretty well. Okay, now we need to remember there's a second one down here. Oh, right there. Now, where are our three friends? There's one up there. I think we might be too far away to hit him, though. There's two up there. Okay, so two in the tree. Maybe even more. No, just the two in the tree. Let's see if that hits him. Just barely out of range. Okay, it didn't hit one of them, but we got two of them. Oh. That was scary. Yeah, what is this? Just 3 smithing stones? Alright. Try jump attack, seek bliss. End it all. Likely high spot. Precious item ahead? I don't think so. Oh, look at all those holes. So wait though. Oh, did we lose our souls? Or not pick up our souls? What's the point of this out of the castle bit? Kind of feels like they just wanted to change the scenery really quickly. Which I appreciate, don't get me wrong, but I don't... It doesn't seem like there's any other way to progress here. Oops. What's the blue mean? Hide... Oh, multiplayer status. Show multiplayer status. So we're at the Stormvale cliffside. There's 2 graces inside the Stormvale castle. And then that one was where we fought Margit. Oh my goodness, we've actually hit quite a few. Quite a few graces inside the castle. And out. Wow. We could pop back over and talk to the Heartbroken Maiden, since we've got her chrysalid. I'm not sure if there's anything else we can do out here. Likely overcast. Time for grass. Why is it always bird? Still not enough to level up. Do we just go back to the castle? I think we do. Well done. Don't worry about him later. It took me a moment to realize that was the same spot. Okay, if I had to guess, you know how there was that guy at the gate who was like, "Oh, you shouldn't go in through the front. They'll expect you there. You should go in through this big old hole in the side." I think this might be the big old hole in the side. Would be my guess. Since we can fast travel, we might as well go back. Question is, where do we go? Could try going back up. Gosh, this place is huge. Summoning other players. Using a furling finger remedy to reveal summon signs of players from other worlds. Gold signs indicate an ally. Red is adversity. Okay. Oh. Fur calling finger remedy. Fur calling. Furl calling. Reveals co-op and hostile summoning signs. Oh, it's a firebird. Too slow on the swing. And he got us. Okay. So I know when we came into this castle, we were kind of running like mad. And that ended up getting us deposited sort of in the middle of it without really knowing where we were. Or where we should go. Well, that's a big guy. It's a biggin'. Fine, I guess we just don't need to backstab him, we'll just stab him over and over again. But so I think this is the area we ran through to get here, maybe? Frantically? Whilst it felt like the entire army was firing at us. Ooh, there's a big guy up there. One of those giants. He's flanked by two other guys. Good, good, yeah. Come after us. We are more than amenable to you leaving your friends behind. Oh, that's the face. We're not having a ton of luck with this. I'm not entirely certain why. We had plenty of room to fight him. Golden seed, nice. Isn't that the one that gives us more S's? Be super helpful. So it looks like we can target leg, leg, head. It's kind of amazing how little damage that did. Or sorry, he dealt plenty of damage. It's kind of amazing how much more health he has, in spite of all that damage. Oh, he can shout at us. He can express his anger to us. Oh, he jumps. He a jumpy boy. What? Apparently, being where we were still counted as being in his range. Whoa. I don't know if we're gonna win this. Oh. I think we hit him in the center. The gooey center. Item ahead. Yeah, if we can get it. Be wary of left. You gonna come after me or what? I mean, we want them to come after us one at a time. Somehow we have lived... Oh no. Oh, he pulled up the shield. Well done on his part. Anyway, somehow we're alive with, like, negative HP. Something incredible ahead. Smithing stone, okay. Not really incredible, but I see where you're going with that. Be wary of left. What's on the left? Praise the fingers. Oh no. Is this actually a boss? Be wary of left. Maybe this is what they meant. There is a summon pool, but I don't see any. Oh! I think they should have said be wary of right. Well, that's handy, because we definitely spent all of our resources getting here. Expended. As weird as it sounds, I kind of want to fight this guy again, just for the souls. Souls. But At the same time, we could probably fight these guys instead. How many souls does these dudes give us? I can't deny it's satisfying when they explode. Feisty little guys. I think it might be better if we swapped the stock for these guys. The risk versus reward on the payoff of runes there was probably worth it. Can't believe we've been here before, but we never saw this grace. Oh, we need 39,000. $39,000 souls? In this economy? Ooh, the little one almost got us. Kind of being lazy here since we know that we can just go back to the grace. Souls acquired. Alright, let's see what terrible creature awaits us here.
Mighty dragon, thou'rt a true-born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well,
You look like a trustworthy fellow. He looks very grafted.
I command thee now. I am the Lord of all that is golden.
guy's taking grafted to a whole new level. Very much so. Oh, he is known as Godric the Grafted. Okay. Oh, and he also knows the storm skills. Oh, nice. And he break dances like a crazy dude. He's laughing. Great. He's laughing. Wow. So it looks like we've got another boss on our hands. Let's walk back over to the Heartbroken Maiden, seeing if giving her the, what'd you call them, the syphilids or something, does anything?
Did you give the little
Chrysalid
the message that I love them, and that despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough.
We will give her the Chrysalid's memento.
What's this? A keepsake from my men. Oh, goodness me, I can't. They all believed in me. They all thought I'd make something of myself. Me, who can't do anything. I think I'll head to the round table hold. Perhaps I'll find my purpose there.
Well,
I think
it's
I'll head to the round
probably better than sticking around here and feeling sorry for yourself. What is this? What the? What was that? I suppose we could go to the round tables. What do they call that? Table of Lost Grace. See if she sells anything. Not that we have any souls to buy it.
Greetings. Nice to see you again. My name is Roderica. I should have told you sooner. Isn't this place impressive though?
I mean, it kinda is.
Table hold. Covert quarters of the Two Fingers. And gathering place of champions who vie to become Elden Lord. I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us Tarnished had such fantastic roots.
Oh, so she's tarnished.
Although it's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose. Oh, and please allow me to express my thanks for giving me that keepsake from my men. It was as if I was frozen with self-pity. I failed them at every turn. You have my gratitude. Please, take this.
I mean, who is she and who are her men? Whoa! I definitely will take a golden seed.
It's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
Well. Fair enough. Can't fault someone for trying to find their purpose. I love that we kind of rushed almost immediately near to where Godric the Grafted was when we invaded Stormvale, and then kind of spent the rest of the time being totally lost in Stormvale and just kind of looking for where we needed to go. Use Sacred Tear to increase the amount of HP in it. Do we have any of these? No Sacred Tears. Okay, that's fine. We can definitely add some charges here, though, which is nice. Not enough golden seeds. Oh, you have to use 2 golden seeds to increase the flask use. And we just have the 1, I think. Unless we used it as well. Which we might have. Yeah, it must... So the going rate for increasing the Estus is 2. But, I mean, we still managed to increase it, so that's something. Do we want to try to fight Godric the same way we fought Margit, where we just gave ourselves all of the mana flasks and rolled in there and just started blasting him? We could try it. I don't know if it's gonna work. I don't know what he's doing. He's absolutely evading our attacks by just simply not being in range. Good on him. I have no idea of what he's trying to do over there. So we're clearly not doing enough damage to be able to do this strategy against him full time. Even if we manage to land every one of these hits, which we're not, it would be not enough. Oh, goes with the long range one. Can he break the tree? That's the question. Also, I think we might be entirely out of magic. No, we've got 1 flask left. Oh, he is cutting off his own hand. I believe I've seen this cinematic by chance.
Truest of dragons. Lend me thy strength.
You absolute madman. This can't be good. And that's all she wrote in the magic department. Oh. Good night, everybody. So I don't think we're going to win that fight anyway, so that's probably fine. But at least we kind of know where we stand damage-wise. If we wanted to go find better Like, I'm thinking we can go about this two ways. We can find better spells, potentially, or we could try to locate, or rather gain enough souls to put points into intelligence to deal more damage. We put a lot of points into vigor, and typically I do that just because it helps kind of let you, as a new player, make a lot more mistakes, but we can probably start putting points into more damaging stats, int or dex. We should also look into something we haven't done that we really should have done, is we should look into leveling up our weapon. I'd like to level up the S-Stock, or sorry, the Misericord, but it probably makes more sense for us to level up the S-Stock, since I don't think we're going to be fighting Godric with the Misericord. And in order to do that, we're going to need souls. In order to get souls, there are these wonderful pots over here that seem to drop about 800 after we're done. It's also pretty nice because we can stun them pretty easily with the S-Stock. Assuming that they don't punch us to death. Yeah, 850 for killing all these. I don't really know how much we need. Do we have any runes? Got 2. $1,600 is probably enough, right? Oh. We also can just do this to travel. Why can't we travel? There we go. To my knowledge, the only blacksmith we found is the one here. I think he was this way? No? Could also look into maybe buying something here. Doesn't look like any new items. Here he is.
Well, I took you for no matter, it's all to stay out your arm.
Ash of War duplication. We don't need that. Oh, we can ask him about Roderica?
Curly boy here. She's crestfallen and can scarcely swing a blade.
Oh my gosh, she's the crestfallen warrior.
For spirit tuning. I saw another one like her long ago. Their eyes share the same hue.
That's interesting. I think this is the first time the crestfallen warrior was a woman. It's sort of why it threw me off. When I saw her, I wasn't expecting... I guess she is. Her dialogue is very much like all the crestfallen warriors in the past. Okay, so does increasing... Yeah, okay, leveling up the wand will increase the scaling, which is nice. In scaling, rather. What's the difference here? We see attribute scaling and sorcery scaling. What's sorcery scaling? Degree to which sorceries increase in power. Interesting. So there's a flat sorcery bonus, but there's also int scaling. So not only do you get a 1% increase in damage, you also get more damage just because your int is affecting it more. Misericord and the S-Talk just get flat damage. No scaling yet. All of these are unupgraded, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we didn't upgrade anything, so this will be the first upgrade we do to everything.
No matter.
We could also add the Ashes of War to something, but I don't really feel the need to. This is pretty cheap as well. Costs 160. How many stones? Where's our stones? Stone cost. Oh, smithing stone. 2 of 5. We only have 5 smithing stones? We really only pick up that many? Oh, we've picked up a bunch of 2 and 3 smithing stones, but we actually have, funnily enough, very few regular smithing stones.
Back already. No matter.
I wonder if this guy sells them. He does not. Let's go see if the weird statue sells smithing stones. Ah, edgelord, likely edgelord. It's pretty funny. No, no smithing stones. Who sells? We're not gonna get very far without the base smithing stones. This is kind of funny. We have 10 of the level 2 smithing stones, but only, oh my gosh, so many markers. How do we remove these? Well, 10 of the level 2 smithing stones, but only 5 of the level 1s. Assuming we want to level up all our gear, we need more. I'm gonna go see if the coastal merchant sells them.
You again. I don't want any trouble.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, but he only has 3. Well, 3 is better than nothing. Oh, okay. So, neutralizing boluses cure poison. Red ones reduce the build-up. I almost want to buy one, but we don't exactly have a ton of souls right now, and I'd like to save them for smithing, so we'll go there instead. Whether that picture is relevant.
Well, I took you no matter. It's lay out your arms.
Alright, so we probably want to boost the wand. Which now has B scaling, which is nice. Go ahead and boost the S-Talk. We'll just go back and forth. We'll do wand, S-Talk, and we're out of souls and smithing stones, so now we can't. Fair enough. Who else would sell smithing stones? We did kind of skip all the beginning tutorial stuff, so let's go right back to the beginning of the game and see if we can get any that way. Ah, that's right, and I looked at this and said, nah, we're not going to use the stone sword key. So let's use the stone sword key and see if we can find anything here, now that we've picked up quite a few. Behold, I've failed. Why have we failed? Oh no. It's Blight Town all over. Well, let's grab a bunch of healing potions and see what we can find over here. We're just gonna have to accept the fact that we're gonna get poisoned. First off, high spot. Yeah, technically we can stand on this pot and not be poisoned. Is that kind of the name of the game here? Ah, safety. I keep hearing something in the water. It's definitely having me feel a little uncomfortable. I guess we're not poisoned. Beware of decoy. Oh, hello, that would be the noise. First off, keep moving and then beware of strong foe. What even is that? Poison dart bone. Ranged battle ahead. Wait, what? Can't believe I fell for that. They pulled this trick in Dark Souls 2. Ah, dastard. It's almost like they're implying they're coming out of the graves. Couldn't quite get behind him. Time for jumping. No, I'm good. We probably could jump, but I'd rather do this the normal way. An item up there. I was afraid of that. Somehow I knew. I was like, they wouldn't make this hallway big enough for that thing to fit in there and then not have him try to attack you. Can we fit there? No. No, we cannot. What do they call this monster in the labyrinth? The cleaners. Well, now that we know we can just stand on the pots in order to avoid the poison. And luckily it's not Blighttown, so we don't need to worry. It also seemed like this thing killed us in one hit, so there's no negotiating it. We simply cannot afford to be hit by it, period. Wait, what? Oh, right. Totally forgot about the ranged one. I don't think the ranged one died. Yeah, he's right there. Let's see if the machine kills him. Strange, the machine didn't come down. Weird. Okay. Well, we'll take advantage of that if we can. It does appear that we can seek trap and then try projectile weapon. Seek trap. It's almost like they're trying to say we need to kill the weird cleaner monster, but golden rune. It didn't follow us down here this time. Oh man, there's a lot of passageways and they're huge. Be wary of right. Oh, I'm really nervous being in the middle of this walkway. What? Another... Wait, what? I'm a little confused. I think one of them despawned and respawned in the alcove where we were. Everyone keeps trying to tell us to use ranged attacks against this thing. I don't think that's gonna help us. Alright, let's go kill the archer on the right first this time. Oh, the warrior got killed by the machine. Okay, here we go. Now the machine is following us. Maybe? Maybe not? I have no idea. Oh! Baited. Can we jump down here? Can we take damage? No. Nice. Let's do that then. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, okay. Because we rolled in the poison, we actually got covered in it. Which means we still had the poison buildup, even though we weren't in the poison. This is a really neat mechanic they brought back from Dark Souls 2. Yeah, see, we still have poison on us, which is why the poison buildup keeps happening. There we go. Finally wore off. So I think we can definitely jump, but we don't want to roll in here. Oh, well, lesson learned, I suppose. Okay, we can't be that close. So that one had a bow this time. I'm starting to think they all have bows. They just engage in melee if you get close to them. Oh no, because that one definitely doesn't. Jumping, so to speak, no decoy ahead. Alright, alright. I can't take this. First off, nimble sword. It seems like the trap doesn't follow you if you manage to get over here and bypass it. Although one of these had two dudes in it. It was this one down here. We just can't fight them, like, grouped up like that, and I'm constantly worried the trap is going to come down and kill us. I should probably not worry about the trap so much. Let's reallocate our Estus. We can do a 4-2 split. I thought this was going to be all poison, but it's not. Can't be too close. There we go. First one's for free. Second one has one on the left. Third one has one on each side. Trapped indeed doesn't follow you. Okay. This is doable. Now, when we take a left, we fight the two on the right up here. We should not worry about the trap. Because I keep letting it pressure me, so I end up sacrificing, yeah, our position. There we go. Oh my goodness, the trap totally comes down here. So in spite of me going, oh yeah, we shouldn't worry about it, I definitely should have worried about it. The heck are we? What is this place? This little alcove here seemed kind of pointless. But what's the pattern on the trap now? Okay, so it just comes down, up and down. Alright, so let's just book it. I think we're gonna die. Looks like there might have been a safe place on the right. We also got a grave glovewort, which I feel like is a little bit symbolic, because they knew players going after it would die the first time. More than likely from the trap. But we never read this. Poison bone dart. Animal bone sharpened into a knife for throwing with a poison-laced tip. That's it. No extra info. No legends of things of the past and whatnot. Where is that item we found? Oh no, we totally do have a golden seed. Okay. It's just that now it takes 2 to level up. I don't know, what's this? Strengthens ashes to +1? White flower that blooms in catacombs. Each a soundless bell used to summon spirits. The art of strengthening ashes is known as spirit tuning. Only a spirit tuner may perform this deed. I think they said that Roderica is a spirit tuner. So more than likely she will be our gal. Wait, what? How? What? Strange things are happening here. Ain't no doubt about it. So now what do we do? Do we cheese it? Just as this thing? Nah, I think we run. I think we go the other way. We loop it. Give it the old slip. Oh no, it's faster than us. Oh man, we're gonna have no time. To get up there. This is tough. Okay, let's make sure this thing goes up. So that's why everyone says time for jumping. There's no other way to get past this thing otherwise. Okay. Maybe we have enough time now? Maybe. We look good. For now. Hey, thanks, Kaiser. Kirsa. You too, man. Problem is that trap is gonna come back and murder us. So we do have to stay in this alcove. But then we just get killed by them. How are things? You know. Going well and all that. I'm dying over and over again to, oh no, we rolled in the poison. To a horrible, metallic thing moving at light speed through these catacombs. Couldn't be better. We're still covered in poison. Even though our clothes are clean, the game still treats it like we still... Yeah, we just had to remember not to roll when we jump down. Okay, so we should be safe here. And then we just need a timer jump here so that we can let this thing come back up. There we go. And that should give us enough time to run down. Maybe? Yeah, okay. Even though we don't have a ton of time to fight these guys, I think we have to do it in the middle, even though the trap is coming. Yeah. We've got plenty of time to kill it before it actually rolls in. Thanks. Okay, I guess we just run when it's turned around. Maybe. Oh my goodness. No thank you. Oh gosh. I think we're just gonna let the trap kill them and run. Oh gosh. No! Oh well. We made it down here. We at least know how to do that now. Wait, what? Choose a stake of... What's the stake of America? What? Choose... What's the stake of America? I don't know what that means. Wait, what? It's a checkpoint. I didn't even realize that those little statues did anything. Behold, arms. Try left, likely safety. Interesting. Oh, okay. Fantastic. What on earth are we gonna do about that thing? Okay, so the Stake of America must just be like a checkpoint. Why wouldn't they just put a grace down here? I don't understand. I guess maybe they didn't want people teleporting down here or something? Oh. Okay. Alright. That was a thing that just happened. I suppose the giant monster can just eat us and then regurgitate us into a ball of fire. It just be like that sometimes. Oh man. Okay, we're on the board. We did 131 damage. Oh, I suppose the clenched fists were a giveaway that he was about to smash into us. I can't believe we came down here to look for smithing stones. How did we become so terribly sidetracked? This all began as a journey to get smithing stones to assist us in fighting Godric the Grafted. But now, apparently, it's ended up with us being down in some catacombs fighting some horrible tree monster. Stake of America is usually found before entering a new location where many enemies are present. Okay. Oh no. Yeah, I'll admit, if the stake wasn't here, having to run down here every single time you wanted to fight this thing would get kind of annoying. We've kind of already proven we learned how to get down here. From there, it would just be a matter of doing it over and over again. He's so big, it's hard to read the telegraphs. Okay, is that... So when he roars, he's going in for this, for the eat. The, bite into flame attack, so we should absolutely focus on rolling out of the way when he roars. I can't even see what I'm doing. Alright, maybe we should back off a little bit and see if we can study some of his telegraphs. I think I'm kind of just running in here and dying over and over again without accomplishing much. Oh. Ah! I tried to roll, but I wasn't fast enough. He deals fire. We should make sure we have the fire artifact equipped if we don't already. Although frankly, at this point it might not even matter. No, we do have it. I don't think the Misericord is going to help us. No. I think we're just gonna have to go in and learn to dodge that attack. I don't think there is another option. Good grief. Alright, ulcerated tree spirit. I'm not giving up yet, but we might have to come back for this one. I feel like I need to be able to at least live through one attack in order to be able to get time to study this. Okay, he's winding up his tail. He's gonna swing with the tail. Alright, we know that one. Now what's he gonna do? His head is up. Now he swings down with the head, okay. Oh, but he can do it twice. Alright. I think that was a claw. Kinda hard to see. Oh, he roared. Okay, so he's gonna do the thing. There we go. Claw swipe. Closed fists. Slam down on the ground. We've seen that one. Goes in for the bite. He roars. He's gonna try and eat us. Wow, I don't know why, but it's like clicking now with me. Except then he breathed fire, and then we died. If I don't comment too much, it's because I'm doing homework, bro. Wishing you luck. Ah, homework is important. Yeah, no worries. Don't feel bad about commenting. I'm just playing for fun. Okay. Oh no, that was a mistake. He's so aggressive. I like it, but it's very much we can't make any mistake. Is really the problem. Like one mistake is death. I think we probably could beat this guy. It's just a matter of time. We literally have to learn all the telegraphs and then not. Yeah, like that. We're doing about 66 per swing, which seems to be very little of his health. 86 that time. Oh, I didn't even see the roar that time. I think we have to come back for this one. I think our character is just way too low a level. I hate to go back, but I think we're gonna need to go back to Last Grace. It's one of those things where theoretically we could win over a long period of time of throwing ourself at that thing over and over and over again. But I think we could probably do a little bit more elsewhere and then come back to it. That all being said, we came here to look for smithing stones. Seek light. Also, golden seeds would be great, but I doubt there's going to be any here. We never did do the Cave of Knowledge. I guess we'll go do this. What? I don't know if you get any items for doing this. Oh, there is a grace. We know. We know. These explanations are acquired. Wait. Is that going to be on the map? It is. The Cave of Knowledge. Okay. I know how to guard. Come on, Gabe. Why wouldn't it let us move on? I know how to dodge. What's the point of this room? This kind of looks nice, but there's not much here. Wielding armaments. Two-handed. Yeah, but we already knew that. What? Give us that backstab. I did it, says the message. I was gonna say, putting a guy with a sword and shield on a bridge in the tutorial area seems kind of mean. Skills. I don't know how to use skills. Crouching. Yes, I know how to crouch. So here's a question. If we use our quick step, will it put us? Yeah, it does. Okay. This is a thing they did in Dark Souls 3, where the quick step puts you behind the enemy if you use it while locked on. I just don't lock on enough to do that. Let's test that out. So I'm like facing this guy. Yeah. It's not directly behind, but it's definitely off to the side. Oh! Stakes of America. Upon dying, you will be revived the last sight of the grace. However, if there is a stake of America near where you died, you can choose to be revived there instead. I see. Oh, there's a boss here. Soldier of Godric. Guard counters. Press R immediately after blocking an attack. That's new. Unless it's just parry. Why is it treating this guy like he's a boss? He's just some guy. That works for me. Try jumping attack. No, I'm good. Wait, like right here? Oh. Turn back. Sorcerer. Oh, sorcerer. Praise the octopus? Seek rump? Well done. Something incredible ahead. Cliff ahead. Strength. Alright, well we got a new gesture. Looks like we looped back to the beginning. Tree. Still no smithing stones. How do we get up there? I don't know. It shall forever be a mystery. Can we fall down there? No, the game won't let us. I suppose it makes more sense to have done all of this at the beginning of the game instead of running off like a lunatic in some random direction like I ended up doing instead, but better late than never, I guess. Oh yeah, and this guy. I didn't talk to him. I guess we'll talk to him now.
Oh, well done. Well
Why is he
done
saying well done?
indeed.
We didn't do anything.
You made it through that entire mess all the way to Stormvale. And
Oh.
off you trotted to the Round Table Hold. My sincerest congratulations.
You're welcome, random guy.
How did you find the Round Table? Oh, you don't have to
Some
say.
crazy one-eyed woman took us
Before,
there.
The Round Table was chock full of venerated warriors, but now it's home to puff chests and has-beens. I fear you've been terribly disappointed. I don't blame you. But still, the Round Table has its perks. Why not earn a seat?
Ah, this guy talks forever.
Straight and true.
I don't need a seat at the round table.
Yes, I see. Perhaps it's just as well. Besides, you are maidenless. One can only do so much with the materials provided.
We're maidenless?
Then again, if you should realize the error of your ways, I'm always willing to hear you out.
Well. Weird dude standing in a field. I have no reason to trust you. He says we're maidenless, but we definitely have the weird maiden following us. I mean, I guess we'll tell him yes, just to see if it progresses any kind of storyline.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll fly. I hate the answer. I'll fly straight and true. Like, every time I read it, I'm like, no. We'll just ignore him. There's some weird bats down there. I don't think I went this way. Oh, that didn't work. Oh gosh. What the? The firefly? Or dragonfly? I didn't realize the dragonflies could attack you. Where is it? Come on, you punk dragonfly. It's mocking us. Yeah, I don't think we went to this whole place. Uh-oh. Angry dog. guess these guys aren't very difficult, there's just a lot of them. They're saying something about the flame of a Geel. Whatever that means. That is a shaggy dog. I feel kind of bad killing him. He was just sort of cowering in fear. So maybe this was the first place you were supposed to go to. The monsters here feel way easier than the place we went. And truly slow. The enemies? Yeah. I feel bad that I've gotten hit as many times as I have. Like I should have. There's no reason I took all that damage. Although a lot of it came from the dogs. I'm stubborn and refuse to use a shield, so the dogs kind of tend to be a little bit of trouble. Whereas if we had a shield, we would just probably stand still, let the dog hit the shield, have them bounce off, and then attack them. There's another dog. Good grief. Crab eggs. What are those? Eggs of large crabs which dwell in the shallows. A nutritious foodstuff that warms from within. The flavor is exquisite. Only those of comfort and means know the truth. A crab's eggs are more delectable than its meat. Alright. The good thing about being down there with the weird grave mine thing is the level you got now. Grave mine? Oh, like in Souls, or grave mine? Was that a place we went? Cave of Knowledge, Stranded, Graveyard. Halo character. Oh, sorry, I haven't ever really played a bunch of Halo. Every now and then my friends will make me play it with them, but I'm not familiar with the Halo characters. I know Master Chief and Cortana, and that's about it. Oh, and Guilty Gear? Guilty Spark? Something like that. The guy who released the flood. No, he was protecting the flood? Let's see here. Horseback battle required. I hate the horse. Where even are we? We're in the Dragon Burnt Ruins. There's gotta be a grace around here, you would think. Looks like a bonfire. What the? Huh. I'm gonna walk this way now. That looks like one of the dragons that Godric stuck on his arm. Why is that dragon even here? What is it doing? I'm gonna run. I think it sees us. Oh no. It definitely sees us. Oh, Flying Dragon Agil. Oh, that's the thing. That's the flame thing that that the cultists were talking about. How nice. He's chilling in the hood. Damn, not anymore. Yeah, no kidding. He was chilling, and then got very angry. What? Someone's talking to us. Is it the goat?
You? Yeah, you there. Stop pretending you can't see me.
I swear, if this is an elaborate ruse.
Why won't anyone look me in the eye?
It's this tree, isn't it?
Ugly, am I?
No, you're just a tree. Or something. No? Attacking required.
What'd you go and do that for?
Well, you were a tree, sir.
Oh, yes. I remember.
Apparently, you're also a monkey.
God turned me into a tree. You were just breaking the spell, weren't you? Thank you. The name's Bok. I was pushed out of the cave. Told not to come back.
Pushed
Not
out.
ever. Then
Is
I
that
ended up as
accent?
a tree. Lucky you came along, really.
Alright, Bach.
What a shame. When they threw me out of the cave, they took everything I owned. And so this is all I have to express my thanks. I hope you can forgive me.
You really don't need to give us anything. A mushroom. Alright.
If you can afford to wait for a while, I could sneak back into the cave and bring back something of actual value.
No, I think you should stay out of
It'll
there.
be of some real use to you, I reckon. Right, but I'll need a moment. I'm frightened of them, so I have to gather myself. My knees start knocking, just thinking about that god-awful cave on...
I'm pretty sure we've already gone to that cave.
Right,
Like, if he's talking about the demi-fiends, we've already killed them. Yeah, he's a demi-human. I suppose we could go back to the demi-human cave ourselves and see if he's there. I think I'll just leave him be, though. Fine, I suppose we'll use the horse. Traveling is taking forever otherwise. Don't mind us, we're just passing through. How do you dismount this thing? There we go. Oh, jeez. Oh, this wide sweep. We need to upgrade the Misericord. It's not doing enough damage to one-shot these guys. Oh, come on. Give us that backstab. Oh, are these wolves hungry? They look hungry. They look very hungry. No. Bad. Wolf. Bad. If I say something weird, it's because my first language is Spanish, and I'm still learning writing and speaking English. Oh, very nice. You definitely are coming across as fluent to me. The only Spanish I know is the Spanish I learned in high school, and that was quite a while ago. Expecting us to find a grace. Oh. Ask and thou shalt receive. It's definitely useful since we were out of flasks. I was still about 2,000 away from a level and still no smithing stones. If we just knew who to buy them from. Who sells things? No one that I'm aware of. Well, technically the sorcerer does, but he doesn't have any stones. The merchant doesn't have any. We already bought them all. White Mask Var? White Mask Var must be the guy that wants us to join the round table. Oh, we could just go north. See what's up there. Aside from this rabid pack of wolves. Oh, he is very upset at us. Can't believe his friend slept through all that. Nope. can definitely chain backstab. A lot of things, apparently. Okay, I got the Armorer's Cookbook. That was probably overkill, but... oh, I guess not. I guess we don't need to kill the horse. It's not hostile. Seems to be some sort of updraft coming from this ruin. We'll go check it out. What the? What? What? I have no idea. What is even going on over there? This seems like lightning coming out of nowhere. It also seems to be moving slightly closer to us. No. Still off in the distance. I don't even know what that is. Oh, the updraft. You can ride your horse up the updrafts. That's right. But I don't think we need to do that. Or at least we have no immediate reason to. It's like the War of the Worlds. A little bit. Seems like some tower up north, but if we go down here, we're not going to be able to. We're not going to be able to get up there. Although if this is an updraft, we can ride the updraft. Oh, what are you, sir? He's unhappy. Oh no. Oh. Oh shoot, I didn't catch that, what that was. What did he drop? Was it this? Sanctuary stone? Found near the remains of fallen ruins, but barely. A rare piece of stone fragment found near the places where the ruins have fallen from the sky. It feeds and strengthens the light as it shines in. That seemed to be a new item. Yeah, I don't see anything else. Oh, none of the grace. That's nice. Storm Hill. We got Storm Vale, Storm Hill. There's a lot of storms going on here.
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck. Hello? Hello?
Okay.
Anyone?
Someone seems to be stuck up on top of the cliff. We'll go see if we can help them. Seek up and then friend ahead. Strong foe ahead. Alright, here we go. One person saying it's a friend, one person saying it's a foe. Friend ahead.
I'm stuck. Hello? Hello? Oh, my stars. I'm so happy to see you. I am Alexander, also known as the Iron Fist. And as you can see, I'm stuck here. Please, can you help me out of this?
Yeah, sure.
My thanks. 1,000 thanks. Just give me a good smack from the rear with something nice and big. And I'll clean out, I'm sure.
I don't think we have Big Boy.
There's no need to fret. I'm very well trained. Give it your all, I say.
I don't know if we have a big weapon. Certainly not one we have the strength to equip. Maybe the S-Hawk will be good enough. I don't want to hurt you. Cave ahead.
Don't stop now, friend. Just keep clobbering away at the old behind. Put those doubts to rest. I'll be just fine.
He says he'll be just fine. I don't believe him.
Give it your all, I say.
Oh. Okay, there he goes. Good job, man.
Well played, good sir. Well played. Though that mighty wallop of yours almost spelled the end of me.
Well, I was using a sword.
Well, I'm out now, and that's what counts. I thank you. And as a token of my appreciation, I'd like you to have this.
Some exalted flesh? That's a little disturbing.
Once again, the pleasure is mine. I am the warrior Jar known as Alexander. Iron Fist Alexander.
I think Iron Fist Alexander is my new favorite character.
Where I intend to further my education in the ways of war. And beyond these lands lie the scarlet, rot-blighted Caelid wilds. And upon their southern edge is Redmane Castle, in which a festival of combat is being held.
Sounds exciting.
I'd heard whispers of such festivities before. Doesn't the notion set your breast aflutter?
Yeah. It totally does.
I'm heading east to Redmane. I've heard there's to be...
Okay, so he's going east to Redmane, wherever that is. We can't really... Well, we could go east, but it's the edge of the map. Even though he doesn't have a face, he got some air of being called Alexander. Like vibes, yeah.
I'm heading east to Redmane.
I guess that is all he says. I kind of want to accompany him. Yeah, Alexander as a name suits him. Of the Iron Fist. Oh, it's one of those beetles. We need to kill that thing. Oh. He's fast. Wait, what was... Oh, okay, just give us our flasks back. I guess that's fine. So if we go east, I mean, like, what happens? Do we hit the edge of the map and the game just tells us, like, sorry, you can't go that way, or what? Oh, there's a big cliff. Oh, but there is a bridge. Let's go try the bridge. Hey, we got a smithing stone. Nice. Well, that's one down. Only like 10 more to go before we can upgrade everything. What the... Hey. Stop coming back from the dead. Hmm. Oh no. Is this a good guy? Oh, it's another merchant. We should probably kill the skeletons before we talk to him. We just need to make sure to break the body. There we go. Now they won't come back. There we go.
Oh, dear. You might... Hey, terribly sorry. Are you here as a customer?
Huh. I wonder if it's the same merchant. Oh! And he sells smithing stones. Wonderful. And a warrior's cookbook. Something about flame chariots. We'll go ahead and buy that. We're not too interested in the rest of this, but that's fine.
I must apologise. I'm afraid I've very little to offer.
He apologizes, but at least he has some things. It's not like it's his... He's not obligated to sell us stuff. So we can make pickled turtleneck, poison bone arrow, poison bone bolt, fire grease, drawstring fire grease, fireproof dried liver, and fire arrows and neutralizing boluses. We also bought the hint from him. Where is it? Here. Flame chariots. Beware the fire amongst chariots bearing the faces of giants. A well-aimed blow to the chimney on top may prove effective, but opportunities for a plunging attack will be rare indeed. Fire monks' chariots. I don't know if we've ran into those yet. Hmm. The enemy skeletons are really fun to watch in action and even fight, but those that are allies or playable characters are pretty better, to be honest. You like bone-themed player characters? Skeleton-themed characters are usually pretty fun. Although I'm having a hard time of thinking very many games where you get to play as skeletons. You could play one in a very old fighting game called Mace that was released on the Nintendo 64. Of course, I guess everyone knows Papyrus and Sans. I love how we're just here desecrating this graveyard.
There's no mistake, is there?
Even D&D campaigns.
Once again.
Yeah, they probably added skeletons in one of the 5e expansions, I'm sure. Or somebody's homebrewed it. Someone's dead here.
I cannot give you your proper rights, but at least you did not join those who live in death. Ah, a tarnished are you? I'm known as D.
D?
I hunt down those who live in death and weed their death root. Heed my warning. The village here has been touched by death, and worse yet, it is home to a mariner. If you value your life, then go no further.
What does this guy have against mariners?
The village here has turned back. The village here turned back.
Okay, so he said it looks like he just killed this person. He said he
The village
weeded
here has turned back.
their death root. So there must be some kind of infestation of some sort of root that causes people to come back from the dead, called the death root. But we're still definitely going east. Oh, and there's a Grace. I suppose we could rest here. We actually really don't need to. There's a purple dude off in the distance. Is he rowing a boat? Summon Water Village. Looks like Charon. What? The Tibia Mariner? He's a boss. So that's what that guy who called himself D was talking about. That's why the Mariner was such a bad deal. Yeah, there is the Mariner. I wasn't expecting that. Try horseback battle. Everyone wants you to fight on horseback. I hate fighting on horseback. Will we drown if we... No, the water's shallow. So he's a mariner of tibia bones. He doesn't look that threatening. He kind of looks silly there, to be honest. Now I can't trust mariners anymore. Well, D certainly doesn't trust them. Oh, he got hit once and then he teleported. I kind of wasted all that magic. Oh, and that skeleton is summoning skulls that fire out, apparently. We'll hide behind the gravestones. Ah. Maybe he can't actually attack, he summons a lot of skeletons instead. That kind of does seem like what he's doing. Maybe I should focus more on him instead of the skeletons, but I'm worried about getting overrun by the skeletons. Alright, let's hit him with the... Oh, just kidding. He teleported. Oh, the connection to the Elden Ring game server was lost. What? Did I lose internet connection? No. Twitch is still streaming. Huh. That was a little anticlimactic. Yeah. You're still there, so... Failed to log into game server. Huh. Elden Ring must be having trouble. Yeah, I guess I can play in single player mode. We just won't be able to see messages from people. Well, I guess we'll teleport back to the Grace to heal and then try to fight the Mariner again. Maybe their servers are in a hotfix. It could be. The Dark Souls 2 servers have been down forever, it seems like. Ever since that exploit got discovered where people could run Windows shell commands by using the PvP code through Dark Souls. It's a whole mess that From Software is trying to fix. Hey! He just disappeared. Okay, he has quite a bit of HP. Oh? What the? It seems like he killed his own allies there. I actually feel bad for this guy. Like, he can't really maneuver away from us. Oh, he can do that though. He's tough. Yeah, he has tons of HP. Then again though, we are using an S-Stock, which is a slashing weapon, which traditionally isn't very good against skeletons. Oh shoot, I forgot to come back. Where did that Mariner go? There he is. Or I guess S-Stock is piercing, not slashing. But still. Traditionally, only bludgeoning is very good against bones. Is he on land? He's on land. will say this is a very creative boss. I like it thematically. I think it's a neat idea. It's very unlike any kind of boss in any other Dark Souls game. Fighting a ship. I think he just smacked us. Well, we got him. We got a death root. And skeletal militiaman ashes. Okay. Ashes remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirits of 2 skeletal militiamen. These are the spirits of militiamen who live in death and will continue to rise again until properly finished off. This is the grotesque fate of those who come in contact with the death root. So yeah, it does seem like things in contact with the death root come back from the dead, which makes a certain amount of sense. We picked up another item. I think we picked up a death root. Didn't we? Oh shoot. But if we picked one up, then we're going to be infected. A source that gives rise to those who live in death. The beast clergymen, found at the bestial sanctum in the distant east, collect and devour these roots. On the night of the dire plot, the stolen rune of death enables the first death of a demigod. Later, the rune of death spreads across the lands between through the underground roots of the great tree, sprouting in the form of death root. I'll be honest, I didn't quite understand all of that, but that's fine. It is, even with the thematic of being a ghost boat. Yeah, it's kind of neat. Like, I don't think I've ever fought a ghost boat before. I don't know if you've played a lot of the old Final Fantasies, but the closest thing I've done is in Final Fantasy V, you fight a train, a ghost train, but not a ghost boat. Guess we should ride the horse. So here's a pretty big tree. I also can't figure out if there's a difference between the Erd tree and the Great Tree. I wonder if this is the Great Tree. Also, is it me or does the map keep getting longer? Like, let's pick a feature. Let's put something on the map. There. And if we get to that point and the map is longer, then we'll know that the map is definitely expanding. A faded Erdleaf flower? Did we have one of those before? No. An Erdleaf flower that is faded to a pale scarlet found blooming in rotten lands. Said to be fed by leaves that fell from the Erd tree in the days of antiquity. Whoa, what the? Great, more dogs. Just what we needed. Oh, these dogs are gonna kill us. Maybe we should get back on the horse. That seems safer. Drawstring lightning grease. Oh, we got one. Yeah, I guess horseback is quite a bit safer. Caelid. Oh, the land of Caelid. Yeah, like the Ghost Train in Cuphead. Is there Ghost Train in Cuphead? I played through a lot of Cuphead, but I didn't beat it. The last boss I remember fighting was the genie. I was playing co-op with my wife, and we kind of got stuck and never got back to the game. I didn't realize you could double jump with the horse. That's kind of neat. Yeah, pretty hard fight, to be honest. He was. There were a lot of hard fights. It was a really good game. Like, honestly, I need to go back and finish it. Okay, so there's this... So Caelid is real. And there's this wall of fire. I'm assuming we get hurt if we touch this. I kind of want to test it out. No. The wall doesn't hurt. Huh. Oh. There's a grace, and then there's a really creepy bird. So this is where the Alexander the Ironheart was going. A nascent butterfly. An arcane butterfly with translucent wings, exceedingly rare. This butterfly appears as if it has just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. Those are some creepy birds. Why on earth would Alexander want to come this way? Didn't he say there was a festival of combat or something? Maybe this is what he meant. He meant the whole place is in ruins. Shack of the Rotting, preserve. Ow, what the? Oh, nope, no hugs. No hugs, no hugs. Oh man. He's very sturdy. We can backstab him, but I don't know if it's gonna matter. Scarlet bolus is made from cave moss. Alleviates scarlet rot. What is scarlet rot? Scarlet rot accumulates gradually, coming into effect once the threshold is reached. Scarlet rot ailment greatly lowers HP in a steady increment. So it's basically toxic from the old Dark Souls. Which is interesting. They differentiated it now, which is nice. Because toxic and poison, those almost sound the same. But calling it scarlet rot is a good way to give it a different name. That looks like a slime creature. Whoa! Oh, we were already low on HP. I thought it killed us in one hit. That was my mistake. I should have healed. Not gonna lie, some parts of Mexico look like that place. Oh no. I went down to Mexico a couple times. It was very, very, very hot. And, like ghost towns? Are there actually ghost towns in Mexico? That would be interesting. I did a lot of things down there. The thing I remember the most, though, is it hadn't rained in, like, weeks. and all of a sudden, when we were down there, it rained, and we were doing a bunch of stuff with a local church down there, and the children went outside when it was raining, and I don't know if this is normal, but all of the tarantulas that were hiding underground came out to get away from the water. And I have extreme arachnophobia, which is a fear of spiders, and the children were totally not afraid of the spiders, and they were picking up these tarantulas and showing them to us, and I was horrified. Like, I was like, oh my gosh, I can get these spiders away from me. I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen just dozens of tarantulas coming out of the ground. It was like a thing of my nightmares. But no, it was an interesting place. Do you remember what state you were in? Yeah, it was right on the border of Texas. I think for a day we went to South Padre Island, but I don't remember. There was a city we were in. I don't remember the city. I don't know why I remember the name South Padre Island, but it's the only landmark I remember from that trip. I wonder if we can go in the well. Oh, the well is filled in with dirt. Oh, what is this? Talk? It's rotting. Everything rotting scarlet. The very earth that Caelid rests upon, and Celia, town of sorcery. The end is nigh for us all. Chihuahua, maybe, or Coahuila. I probably said that one wrong. I'm sorry. It's rotting. It's weird. This character is talking, but they don't have any dialogue, or rather, their dialogue isn't spoken. Voice acted. It's quite the sight. There's that blue light sticking up out of the ground again. Why does that happen every now and then? This is the second time we've seen that. Weird mushrooms. Oh, the light is our marker. It's our map marker. Yeah, the map totally is extending. It's getting bigger as we travel. That's pretty cool. Okay. Oh, there's one of those statues. That's not good. So if we remove our marker, it should, yeah, it removes from the map. I want that bug, but I'm afraid of those big things off in the distance. Those are some absolutely gigantic dogs. They look like hyenas. Ooh, we stunned him. Oh, he's still not dead? Good grief. We don't have the magic to keep doing this. guess they're not too bad. They look like my deepest nightmares, yeah. They're pretty impressive. Creepy looking. Looks like they killed some guards. This whole place looks like a land of carrion and vultures. What do you call things that eat dead things? Scavengers? What is it called? There's a word for it. Okay, great sword. Maybe we can sneak up on one of these. Oh, apparently you can't backstab them. Oh gosh. Okay. Well, it could be worse. It's worse. As long as we stay behind it, away from its mouth. Its mouth is its scary part. Nope. Wow, that was a lot of damage. Crud. Oh no. It is like a T-Rex dog. That's a very accurate way of describing it. It dropped beast blood. Fresh beast blood, glinting with gold. Material used for crafting, found by hunting carnivorous beasts. This glimmering blood never rots or decays. Oh, the Erd tree is really close. Or it feels like it's really close. Maybe it's actually really far away. It's so big, it's hard to get a feeling for the scale. No, it's still really far away. It just seems like it's close. There's a castle over there. Maybe we should go check that out. Although we're almost almost dead. Oh hey, it's a giant pot. And a big guy with a bow, and is he pointing it at us? He is pointing it at us. Okay. That's a really big arrow. I guess we'll go this way instead. Whoa, what? Oh, just more faded Erd leaf. Oh, there's a big white dog. He's throwing literally light posts. Yeah, a little bit. They're about the size of them, aren't they? Oh, there's a bunch of dogs all there. Uh-oh. Does he see us? He sees us. What is this? Kalem ruins? Oh no, those are the fire chariots. We read the... They said that the weakness is on the top of their head. So maybe we can do this? Oh, nope, that is not... Nope. I think we just got lit on fire. Yeah, the note we had said that their weakness was plunging attacks because of the spot on their head. But I don't think oops. I don't think we're gonna get much of an opportunity to do those plunging attacks. Well, we can probably go back and get our souls not too difficult. Or rather, without running into too much difficulty. We just probably should skip those dogs. Oh, there's a grace over here. How'd we miss this? Even if the story is placed in some medieval time, the Japanese inspiration is there and it feels alive. Yeah, it's sometimes hard to remember that these games are made in Japan, since they try to make them feel very what's the right word? Like European? Very medieval. It's kind of like the Ghost of Tsushima, the video game that came out like a year or two ago, where that was a game made not in Japan, but they were trying very much to make it look Japanese, kind of like the opposite sort of thing. Whole place is like a barren wasteland. At least there's some kind of castle on a cliff over there. Guess we'll go investigate that one. Oops. Oh, that's a hostile person. Are they all hostile? Yeah, it appears like they are. Always with the pushing. Ah! That pushing is really rough. It makes it so that we can't get around behind them. Alright, I guess we'll have to fight them head on. Like Sir Alone in the Dark, Souls 2. Sir Alone. Who was Alone again? I'm trying to remember. Was he the one with the fake moon sword? I'll be honest, the names of the NPCs in Dark Souls 2, I didn't really, I didn't do a very good job of memorizing them. The samurai guy. Oh, trying to remember. Maybe I never ran into him. I mean, I've beat Dark Souls 2, but... Samurai guy. Whoa. He was the optional boss and oh yeah! No, the guy who was like a suit of armor and you go in there and fight him, he's got the wind blade things. Yeah, I remember that now. I thought he was an NPC the way you were talking, but yeah, he was a boss. Yeah, that boss was really cool. I kind of feel like in Dark Souls 2, most of the DLC bosses were really cool, or the DLC areas were really cool. I know some people laugh and make fun because the Smelter Demon was a reskin of the Iron Fume Demon, or vice versa. But I really liked the snow place. I thought that place was cool, and the... Oh man, I thought we had it. The castle floating in the sky was very cool. With the chains. I think that one was the one you were talking about. Maybe. I can't remember the names of the places. I know there were 3 DLCs. There was the ice one, the one that was floating in the sky and made of iron, and then I think the last one was the poison one. The poison one was probably the weakest out of the 3, but it was still worth playing. It had some... The castle was kind of neat. Even if overall it wasn't as impressive, maybe, as the ice place. Alright, this time maybe we can do this without making them all angry at the same time. Because I think fighting all 3 of them at once was too much. Oh, they don't have very much HP. I feel bad. They seem to be like watching something off in the distance. Oh, he's got a lot more HP. He's got the shield too. Whoa, he's really strong. Crud, is he even blocking? Oh yeah, he is. He's blocking a lot of that with his shield. Oh wow, that hurt. Oh, if we can just get behind him. Nope. Also, was it me or was his blood white? Okay, so his two friends aren't very strong, but he is very strong. Yeah, I think the Ice Place was the best of 3. I mean, even being DLCs, they give Dark Souls 2 such good flavor, even gameplay. Yeah. They really were good. I mean, like, I don't want to oversell them, but they were just huge, and they added a lot of content to the game. Like, they almost probably doubled the length of the game if you do the DLCs. And Dark Souls 2 was already pretty long to begin with. I think it's interesting because Dark Souls 2 tends to get a bad rap. It seems like a lot of people didn't like it. I guess it is kind of, it's the most different Dark Souls out of all of them. Yeah, okay, so that their leader is, he's looking off in the distance at something. It's like he isn't finding it. He's standing there on the cliff. Oh no, that's not the leader. That's just one of the henchmen. Okay. Oh, he dropped. Oh no, it's just smithing stone 2s. We need smithing stone 1s. Oh, a lot of those glint blades missed. I think we need to. Uh-oh. Oh. Well, I didn't mean to do that. Kind of surprised we're alive. Where are we? Maybe he's looking for Alexander or something that the lore here could teach us. Lore, okay. Could be. Oh, gross. These are squishy. Yeah. The meme, Dark Souls, the deepest of lore. Okay, that's all of our magics. We're gonna have to do this the straightforward way from now on. Relatively speaking. Oh, jeez. I think that floor looks a lot like fungus. Yeah, it does. Did he just... I think he guard countered us. I also am very, very sad because he had, like, no health left. But we still didn't manage to get him. I don't even know why I'm trying to kill this guy. I think I just want to see if we can. Oh no. Oh no. We have upset a bird. Okay, let's see if we can save our magic. And we'll just try to kill this guy without using any magic. Okay. Same with this guy. The chest in there looks kind of special, and not knowing that such a tough guy got... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I figure there must be something interesting in it, even if it's not something we can use. I think 3 should do it. We have a lot more magic this time, so we can probably just kill him with the glint blades. Although he's really close to us. Oh. Wow. I guess he does a lot of damage if he shouts before attacking. Okay, we know we can kill this guy without magic. We can probably kill this guy without magic too. Oh no. Are we safe up on this rock? This feels a little bit silly, but... This is also how I killed half the bosses in Skyrim. Okay, that was a little bit cheesy. But we technically got him. Although it feels... It definitely felt dishonorable. Alright, what do we got here? An egg! Why did I do this for an egg? What? Found by hunting owls? Owl eggs that will never hatch, prized as a symbol of a most sublime slumber? What? We did this for some eggs? Mina mi huevo? Oh, I'm gonna have to Google translate that one. Look at my egg. Huevo. Huevo's egg. Mira is sight. That's funny. Hey, and a Grace. Oh man, what time is it? Yeah, I got a couple more minutes. Have you seen that video? It was an announce of a slap chop in like 2011. No. 2011 I was like hardcore trying to go to college and kind of fell off the face of the earth on pop culture references. Not that I was super familiar with them to begin with. Whoa, what the... Giant plant. Here's the vid. Yeah, go ahead and send it. I'll take a look at it. Well, when I'm not being chased by T-Rex dogs, that is. What is this? Is this a friendly thing? No. Of course not. It's a horrible death machine. Oh dear word. Everything about this place is horrifying. Yeah, I don't know if Twitch will let you send links, or not links, URLs or not. Even have killed the dog, yeah. I was kind of happy about that. I don't even know if killing the dogs is worth it, but at least it'll leave us alone if we do. It's still down there. What even is it? I guess we just shoot it with magic. Whoa, that's a lot of HP. It's coming to see us. How nice. Okay. So it seems like it likes to throw out the guillotine. As long as it doesn't do the spinning attack like that. Oh. Oh. It killed the horse. Oh, it killed us. It almost feels like being on the horse around those dogs is worse, because when we're on foot, we're a little more nimble. It's easier to get underneath them. Gosh, it's still alive. Oh, another person. Sublime, I tell you. The very first flower of Aeonia bloomed on this very spot. Millennia, may you blossom into a goddess. Huh. There's a dead dog here. Oh. Alright, what's the odds of us actually being able to fight this thing? Probably pretty low. I guess we'll just leave it alone. Uh-oh. Those look bad. Yep. Not that bad, though. Was that another merchant? What the heck is that merchant doing all the way out here?
Dear customer. Yes, right this way. Right this way. Welcome, valued customer. Come, trade in our wandering emporium. Please, buy something. I'm hungry. I've been hungry so long.
Poor guy.
Please?
Oh man, he doesn't really have anything we want to buy, though. I mean, I guess we could buy some of the, oh, these boluses are 2,500. I can't afford that. I mean, technically we can, but we will buy a poison dart.
Ah, how nice of these.
Can we talk to him? No. We can also sell things. I don't think we have anything useful to sell, though. Oh well. It's a pity. I was hoping maybe he would have, he took the wrong bus. Yeah, seriously. He picked the wrong place to open up a shop. Why is he opening up a shop here? Oh. And we have a grace. Swamp of Aeonia. Let me see it, if only one last time. Your splendid blade dancing among the scarlet rot. Oh gosh. It builds up rot. Can we ride our horse? Yes. Okay, this will make this easier. Does the horse build up rot? No. Oh, but you can't ride the horse in the water. Oh, great. And there are enemies down here, too. What the? Wait, what? We've been invaded by an NPC. Oh, she hurts. Invaded by Millicent, yeah. Was there a message? I totally missed it. We're playing offline, so this has to be an NPC. Oh no. It was too much for us. She's a scary looking fella. Lady. Oh yeah, there it is, the message, invaded by Millicent. How did I miss that? Alright, we're gonna win this time. Oh. Just kidding, we're going to get murdered brutally. Wait, is that a guy? It's really hard to tell. Oh, whoops. Oh, they make you get off the horse. Okay. Millie is kind of mad. Yeah, maybe she has some anger issues. Millicent is a little bit like, what's her name? Mildred. Man-eater Mildred. So I think if we can get her stunned like this is good. She doesn't have very much poise, or really like any at all. Problem is, if she hits us even once, it really hurts. Nah. We get stunned too long. So the follow-up attack is really hard. The uneven ground makes it difficult. Yeah, I wish I just knew the gender of Millicent. It's difficult for me to tell. Because if Millicent is female, then definitely it feels like a Man-Eater Mildred reference, especially because the name begins with M, and you find them in a swamp, just like Man-Eater Mildred. If we had some firm footing to fight them on, I feel like that would also really help. As it stands now, it's kind of difficult to move. And because we're the weaker, like they are way stronger than us, we're the one who has to fight evasively. Oh, someone is shooting things at us, and it's not Millicent. Alright, Millicent is still following us. If we can lure them to the beach, I think we'll have a better chance. Wait, they're... He's fighting with their fist. Oh, they healed. Oh! I thought she could only do that once. Didn't realize there was more to it. I guess their souls are probably over here. Okay. We're gonna lead Millicent back to the beach. Because fighting on these mushrooms is terrible. And let's try magic this time. Should we try for a backstab? I feel like that's maybe a death sentence. Yeah, I think the S-Stock is better. It's more reliable. Okay, she's out of Estes, which is good. Nice thing about the S-Stock is the range on it makes this... Oh no, I can't believe it. We were so close. I was just about to say, the range on the S-Stock makes fighting fairly safe, but of course it doesn't work if I don't pay attention and roll backwards when she does that attack. Whoops. Surely we have it this time, right? Oh no. Aw, thanks, Kirsa. Oh no, we have Scarlet Rot. We are very dead. Your trust may be a little unfounded, misplaced. Oh well. We'll mulligan that one. That was weird. We can't even use it there. Oh, we have the Misericord out. That's the wrong weapon. Oh, there's the follow-up. Cripes. Like Spider-Man, you have to get up and try every time. Yeah. I'll be honest, I really want to get him. Even though it's an NPC invader, it's like, it's personal. Admittedly though, they are way stronger than us. They're dealing over half our health just with one hit. So we're probably a little bit out of our league. But I still think we can do it. If we lure them to the beach, and then just play it safe, it'll take a little while, but I'm pretty sure we can do it. It's just a matter of doing it without making any mistakes. Every time she do the multi-swing, she does it twice. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I think I'm getting worse. Either that or I'm not being patient enough. Okay, what can we be doing better? The magic is okay. It's a little risky though, and it doesn't always hit her. I feel like using the rapier, or not rapier, the Estoc one-handed is probably better. Because I feel like it's got a little bit more range and it's a little faster. Two-handed feels a little too slow. Especially because we need to be as fast as possible. The Misericord dagger is not very useful in this fight. So we probably shouldn't go for backstabs. We'll drop as many of these as we can now. Maybe we just should fight with magic. It feels kind of lame, but it's one of the safest ways to fight. Oh, nice. Yep, there it goes again. We're out of magic though. Ah, finally. Invader Vanquish. Sacramental Bud. Gold rune. A lot of gold runes. Wow. Some pretty big ones. We got something called a Sacrificial Blood. Not sure where that is. Oh, is this it? Sacramental bud. An immature bud containing fresh blood? Believed to originate long ago from a strain of buds cultivated with youthful sacramental blood. Weird. There goes my hope. I knew it. Aw, thanks, Chezni. I think that's where I'm going to call it for the night. It's pretty late here. Chezni Bear Demon, thank you for watching. It was a lot of fun having you, and I hope at least it was a nice way to pass time while you worked on homework. If you are anyone on YouTube watching this video, you can come check me out at Twitch Chezni. If you're on Twitch and watching this, you can watch other videos on Chezni 2004. on YouTube. Otherwise, as always, take care, have fun, and I hope to see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. I'll see you later.